Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Heitor, how are you?
We'll soon start.
Okay.
We are. Sí.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Good
Todos
morning,
morning.
Gilberto. Bueno, yo creo que podemos hablar en español aquí entre nosotros tres.
Sí.
Por el momento, ¿no? Mientras no empieza.
O también portuñol, ¿eh?
Bueno, yo soy chileno. Yo soy chileno.
Chileno. Entonces no.
Gilberto es argentino y usted es ecuatoriana. Entonces.
Pero viví en Brasil, entonces hablo algo de portugués, sí.
Sí. Bueno, yo vivo en Brasil ahora también.
Bueno, entonces
bueno, es un
habla
gran gusto.
portuñol. Habla portuñol, muy bien.
Yo insisto que hablo portugués, pero hay opiniones contradictorias.
Muy bien. Pero,
bueno, es un gran placer tener...
la mesa va a ser en inglés, ¿verdad? Todo el diálogo.
Sí, porque tenemos, por ejemplo, tenemos... en este momento aún no hay muchos públicos. O sea, en realidad como público tenemos a Gary Jacobs, que la última vez que me fijé, él no hablaba español o portugués. Tenemos nuestro presidente emérito, Heitor Burgolino de Souza. Buen día, Heitor. Placer en verlo aquí.
Buen día. ¿Cuánto tiempo vamos a hablar cada uno?
12 a 15 minutos.
Claro, en principio son 15 minutos, pero tenemos dos bajas.
José Joaquín Brunner.
Alcántara, José Joaquín Brunner, mi compatriota, y Paulo Alcántara Gómez, ambos por motivos de salud. Por lo que dijeron no era nada serio, pero los imposibilitaba de participar. Posiblemente, pero eso no se ha confirmado, quizás un participante en la próxima sesión, que es la sesión 3, Antonio de Araújo Freitas, él podría hablar en esta sesión, pero no lo ha confirmado. Entonces yo creo que como en la situación como está, ustedes tienen mucho más tiempo de lo que estaba previsto. Tendrían hasta media hora si quisieran usarla, pero naturalmente no tienen que usarla.
Es peligroso decir
de cualquier
eso.
forma, seré tolerante en cierta medida con el tiempo. Sí, ya que normalmente, bueno, estaba aquí con mi mi cronómetro aquí en mano, aquí, bueno, así si no se ve. Pero veamos, ¿no?
Sí. ¿Y hay preguntas del público o no?
Sí. Está previsto, hay tiempo para preguntas.
Ahí puede enriquecerse más y estar dentro de los tiempos, ¿no? Con las preguntas.
Muy bien. So let's shift to the English language, which is not our native language, but we need to respect. Actually, in the audience, so far, I only see one person who does not speak either English or Portuguese. Gary, I guess you don't speak English. Last time I tried, he would not understand my Spanish. I mean, of course, English is a native English speaker. So let's start formally. It's my pleasure to welcome distinguished panelists and the audience to this second session of our conference on perspectives on post-pandemic. Yesterday we heard Gary Jacobs, who in the opening stressed how important and opportune is this subject. And of course, we are all living through it. Well, we're not tired of repeating. This is perhaps the most severe crisis that we have experienced in our lifetimes. We all expect it will be a rather short crisis compared to other simmering crises like the environment inequality crisis, but well, it's nonetheless very, very serious. So thanks again for accepting to be part of this panel, and we will proceed in the established order. I will first of all ask Gilberto Galopin from Argentina, who is going to talk about complexity, uncertainty, and bifurcations, the new situation. Mr. Galopin, he is an independent scholar. And he is an associate fellow of the TELUS Institute, ecological systems analyst, scenario builder, and sustainable development expert. He has been a regional advisor on environmental policies at CEPAL-ECLAC, a senior fellow at the IISD, a senior expert on environment and development at the IIASA, executive president of Fundación Bariloche, and last but not least, a fellow of the World Academy of Art and Science. Professor Galopin, or perhaps Galopin, I'm not sure, the floor is with you.
Thank you very much. I will try to keep more or less in the limit of the time, but I want to make just a few points related to this issue. I will try to show my presentation. Okay. The basic point that I want to make at the beginning is that what is probably unique to the COVID-19 pandemic in comparison with other pandemic we have had is that it came into a world already heading towards a global crisis. And this is particularly acute in our region. If this is the case, the history may not be a very good guide for what we can expect about the evolution and resolution of the current pandemic. In the last few decades, we globally and regionally have been witnessing vast advances in science, technology, and also advances in quality of life, although in some countries not very fast, and in others much faster, and also in GDP per capita. But on the other side, we are also moving along an unsustainable trajectory, both socially and environmentally, at least. We have increasing inequality within countries and between countries. We have an environmental degradation that is just the climate change is just an example, but there are many other ways in which our environment is being degraded. And already Latin America, our region, is one of the most unequal regions of the world, and also one in which the environmental degradation is going fast. That has been recently recommended by the book by a number of authors from Latin America, edited by CLAC, the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean of the UN, called The Tragedy of the Environment in Latin America and the Caribbean. So we are already in a situation we were before the pandemic, already in an unsustainable trajectory. In addition to that, the new situation, the last few decades, have been witnessing a number of changes and also a number of analyses. The so-called Earth system, composed by the humans and nature at the planetary level, is considered by the scientists today to be a non-analog state, meaning that it is in a state that has not been different from what has been in the history of humankind. So, in addition to that, the situation, the pre-pandemics, already shows that a fast increase in complexity, in interdependency and connectivity between factors and countries, between globalization and global environmental change and global environmental dynamics, and between many other factors. Actually, a pandemic is probably also one having facilitated at the very least by this connectivity and has been dispersed very quickly along the planet. And particularly one of the important things that are being recognized by scientists is that there are at the macro level many hard uncertainties, not the kind of uncertainty that you can eliminate with more data and with some probabilistic analysis, but ontological uncertainty in the true indeterminacy in many phenomena of nature and of also society.
Manda recado para o Saulo, dizendo o seguinte, que eu estou presente, entendeu?
Sorry,
the mic is open.
So you do not hear me? Or?
Yes, we can hear you, but I think for a moment Antonio Freitas entered into he was unmuted and he was talking on the phone. So please go on.
Okay, it's not my fault. Okay. These are things that are very important that really partially confuse the new situation before the pandemic. The Earth system is clearly an open system, and that is maintained far from its thermodynamic equilibrium through its interaction with the environment, particularly in the case of the Earth system level with the sun. But this, in combination with other aspects of the complexity and connectivity and other traits, makes the Earth system, and actually any social system, any region, any country, describable as a dissipative structure. Dissipative structure is a structure that is functioning because of interaction with this environment, is maintaining far from its equilibrium, but also can suffer bifurcations. And when the tension with its environment becomes too big, too strong to cope, then it may be a rather sudden move towards a higher organization that is better able to cope, but also to a catastrophic situation that is degraded. And this is not just theoretical considerations. At the level of the Earth system, scientists have identified a number of climatic tipping points that are situations in which phenomena and processes that they could change drastically and fast and have a very important impact on the global climate. One of them is the thermo-aligned circulation of water between the Gulf of Mexico and the Arctic. And the other is the Amazon, that Amazonia has ecologically has a function as almost a closed system in terms of water. It recycles all of this water, and if that is also a tipping point, it is goes below the threshold. It goes below the threshold. Sorry, having interference, and I will dispense from that. Okay, do you still hear me? Well, oh, okay. I apologize. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm sorry,
Yes,
I apologize.
yes, we hear you.
There was a good, strong feedback in my earphone. So I was, okay, I was talking about these tipping points, climatic tipping points. There are a number, about 10 or 11, that have been identified by climate scientists. And there is research going on the trying to identify some social tipping points, possible situations in which moving past the threshold will an abrupt change and important change will precipitate. And in general, those changes are they are not reversible or very difficult to reverse. Okay, so it is in this situation, with a pre-pandemic situation with those characteristics that I highlighted, that the pandemic arrived, partially connected with the and sustainable, environmentally sustainable trajectory possible, but and also external factors. And this pandemic has a lot of health, of course, but also economic, social, and political, cultural impacts. And the impacts of the pandemics then are because of the characteristics of our systems of being dissipative systems and being already in a situation, in a trajectory that implies strong tensions with its environment. And this environment is different according to the level of aggregation we are talking, the Earth system or a country or a region. Then the issue here, the problem is the pandemic will be a transient disturbance that there are a number of people that expect, and that then will become back to normal. Normal means the kind of normality we have, which is a trajectory which is going on into a situation that will be very, very, very critical. But some of the analysis that have been published profusely indicate or suggest that we are moving when the pandemic will slowly be eliminated and everything will be back to normal. And other analysis suggest that there will be big changes in society and a new kind of reorganization of society will emerge, in some cases much better than the current one, in some cases much worse. Well, this is so far. Now, there is, in this situation, and if the possibility of very strong sudden changes and unexpected changes exist, the kind of modes of thinking and acting that we are used to, that have been essentially inherited from the past, may not and probably are not very useful in this situation. There is with this increased uncertainty, the complexity and the possibility of abrupt changes, the classical thinking that and acting that is based on the presumption of continuity and relative certainty about the future may not be insufficiently only, but even be seriously misleading. So there is a need, clearly, I think, for new modes of thinking and acting that recognize the expected, expect the unexpected, develop capacity for reaction, adaptiveness, proactiveness, and the search for robust solution, and internalize the complexity and connectedness between factors and issues. One example of the prevailing way of thinking that we inherit from the past is the societal reaction to the pandemic. The pandemic was predicted. It was not the black swan, as some people say. It was predicted by scientists many years ago. It was even popularized by Bill Gates in the media 5 years ago, as he was saying that Warner, he won in 2015 that we are simply not prepared to deal with a global pandemic. And 5 years later, a global pandemic materialized and the world was unprepared. Despite the very important and fast advances in the aspect of the study of the virus and the vaccine, the discovery of vaccines, the world has not put in place the necessary capacity to deal globally and nationally with the pandemics in terms of vaccination capacity, in terms of deciding which is the best way of dealing and organizing society against the pandemic. So I think this is an example of the difficulties with the classical way of thinking. And this search for the needed forms of thinking and acting requires a lot of things that are not common now. It requires cooperative and interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary research that involves the science, the humanities, the non-academic knowledge, the arts, because it's interesting to think that for the artist, uncertainty is not necessarily a threat or something to be eliminated. But often uncertainty is a part of the creative process and is seen as an opportunity. So a conversation, a collaboration between scientists and artists and the public or the non-academics may be very, very illuminating and useful. This, of course, will require strong, important reforms in education. In education, not just learning to learn, which is already widely advocated or not so widely practiced, and also in policy making. One of the, for example, one of the major causes of environmental degradation in Latin America has been pinpointed by many scientists as being the disconnect and the compartmentalization of policies. Environmental policies go in one direction, economic policies go into another direction that may contradict that. Agricultural policies in a different direction. There is no coordination. And if we are talking about complex problems with many multifactorial, the lack of coordination is almost a sure recipe for failure. So this is just an impression that we in Latin America that have a long story of co-living with uncertainty and with surprises and instabilities may have something significant to contribute to this debate. And these new forms of thinking and acting will allow to identify the collective actions and integrated policies required to steer the future trajectories into a positive or constructive trajectory that can allow humanity to go forward in coexisting with an environment, actually kind of symbiosis and mutually beneficial. And also will allow or will point to the high level of solidarity and all of the people of the earth. And the pandemic has shown also that in this kind of problems, there is no separate solution, one solution for the South and another different solution for the North. I mean, there is a global solution or there is no solution at all. That's all I want to share. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gilberto. That was a very interesting presentation. We can see well your relationship to EASA in this system analysis of the situation. Thank you again. So we are going to place all questions towards the end of the of this panel. So the next panelist is going to be okay. Before that, let me make an announcement regarding the program. I should have done this at the beginning, but we talked about that while I was talking. We were talking in Spanish. In this panel, we were going to have originally 4 panelists. However, and unfortunately, 2 of the panelists, José Joaquín Brunner from Chile and Paulo Alcántara Gómez from Brazil, both could not be here with us due to health reasons. I understand that these are not serious conditions, but still, they prevented them from taking part in this panel. So you may have noticed that Gilberto had plenty of time to make his presentation, and that was before we are having this extra time. Now, one thing that we tried to talk in advance with Antonio de Araújo, who is with us, actually had sent him a message on this earlier, is if he is willing, he could join this panel rather than be part of the 3rd panel. It is an option that is open to him. It is important to know whether he agrees or not with that, because that will define how much time we have left for both panelists. If he prefers to stay. So please, Antonio, what is your take on this?
I'm ready. The only thing that I made a long presentation, but when Saulo was leading yesterday, I saw he was very strict with time. So I cut it maybe in 5 minutes presentation, I don't know. But I'm ready. I'm ready. Whenever you want, I'm ready to join.
Okay, thank you, Antonio. That's very kind from you. So that means that Antonio, who will be last after Rosalia, and Rosalia, each of them will have, say, 15 minutes, 15, a bit more. because this session ends at 10:30 and we need to leave some time for questions. So let's say 20 minutes for each. So with that, knowing that, let me introduce now Mrs. Rosalía Arteaga Serrano. So Rosalía, she's the first female who has become president and vice president of the Republic of Ecuador. She also was vice minister of culture, minister of education, and as of now, Dr. Arteaga, she is CEO of FIDAL and president of the advisory council of CoFuturo Foundation. She is also a member of the board of trustees of the Library of Alexandria. She is a writer and conferencist, and of course, she is also a fellow of the World Academy. Please, Rosalía, the floor is yours. And thanks again for taking part.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning to everybody. Bom dia, Heitor e os outros brasileiros que estão aqui. Buenos dias. It's a pleasure to be here, and I want to thank the World Academy of Science and Arts to be part of this vibrant panel. The idea today is talking about the challenges of education in post-COVID. And this is a big challenge to talk about it because there are so many circumstances and crises around the pandemic situation that we must try to center or focus in some related to education. But education has to be with every activity in our lives. And of course, we know that before the pandemic, it was not easy. And we are talking about the situation in Latin America. Was not an easy situation because of a lot of causes that we had. Economic situation, like in my country, political crisis everywhere. Now we have in Colombia and probably in other parts of our continent. And it is like a conspiracy against education because education was the first one that be cut during this pandemic, students not going to schools. And in most of our countries, the students are staying at home. I had an experience, and I'm very sensitive about this because I used to be a teacher, a high school teacher during my first time of professional life since I was 17. Then I feel how the teachers are feeling now. And that's probably my biggest compromise to continue working about education and how to improve quality of education, because it's not only to saying, okay, we are eradicating analphabetism and not illiteracy, but what kind of education are we providing our kids and our teenagers and young people, even at universities? And if we think that we had a crisis before, what happens now and what's going to happen after that? For sure, we know that the world is not the same now that it was a couple of years ago, and it will not be the same ever. And I will propose you to think that we are not going to be back to the normal life. We are not going to be back to a new reality. We must improve and create a better reality. That's the big challenge. How we can surpass this situation of COVID-19 and how we can be better. Since the beginning, and I was listening Professor Gilberto Galopin talking about some challenges about environment. During the first couple of months, and people that are concerned about the environment, I had the opportunity to live in Brazil and work like General Secretary of the Amazon Cooperation Treaty Organization. And I had the big duty to preserve the Amazon, not only the Brazilian Amazon, but the continental Amazon, that is 40% of the territory of South America. That's the Amazon, the biggest basin and the biggest biodiversity spot in the whole world. well, I was listening Professor Galupin talking about the challenges about climate change and things like that. During the first couple of months, we were thinking that, okay, we are having a big crisis, the pandemic is a disaster, but we were at that time thinking that we are going to improve the life, the environment. But it was not true, because we are using more plastic than ever. We are having a lot of troubles, more troubles than ever, even in environmental situations. What's happening with the oceans, what's happening with the lands, what we are doing with the species, the impact that we are producing on environment is terrible. Then we have a lot to do about how to educate people to live in this world that we want to go to a better reality, to a better world. In this sense, of course, I strongly believe that education has the principal effect in this. It's not something that we can get from now to tomorrow, because, you know, people that work on education know that it takes time, but we are always late to start, always late to start. And how we can manage it. I was trying to think when I talk with authorities of my own country, Minister of Education and others, saying we must take advantage for this situation. If we know for sure that exclusion is a big trouble because not all the families have connectivity, for example, at least in Latin America, people say that from 10 families, from each 10 families, only 4 families have connectivity. 6 are out of connectivity, especially in rural areas, in suburban areas like the favelas or others that we can imagine. Then exclusion is a big trouble. Why? Because a lot of children, a lot of kids and teenagers are out of the system. And it will be, like UNESCO says, like going 10 years back in education. It will be a disaster, a totally disaster in education, but also in economic field, because we are not going to have our population prepared to be part of this century of the developing of the world. What we can do? Well, I propose let's work with local authorities, because the national level is not doing the best. It's not doing the best. They are not improving. Like in climate change, I am absolutely sure that the relations and the decisions taken at local level, they are more effective than the others that are making or not making the state government, the federal governments, the national level. Then work with local authorities. That's an opportunity. Every mayor, every governor, every leader of a small town can say, we are going to provide connectivity to any kid, any teenager, any family in our geographical place. Well, local authorities is one proposal. Second, we have to talk about solidarity, because the other big problem is devices. The people doesn't have computers, that doesn't have smartphones, they don't have iPads, or if they have, they are not very friendly with platforms, with digital platforms. If you have a cell phone that makes call or maybe will serve to chat with the friends, it's not a tool, exactly a tool to attend classes, to participate in a classroom. It's not possible. Then I think solidarity, private companies. Now with working from home, we know that a lot of computers are abandoned in buildings that they are not occupied because they are working from home. Why big companies are not expressing this solidarity with these kids and these families that they don't have any opportunity to learn if they are not connected? That's a second point. Third point, of course, preparing the teachers. That's another challenge. It's not the same teach when you are in a presential way than teach if you are on an online or distant method. It's not the same. You cannot maintain kids 8 hours every day seated and listening speaks from the teacher. It's not possible. You have to reduce the time that you are going to be connected. The link between families and teachers, parents and teachers have to be strongest, of course. And it's going to be also post-pandemic, because we are talking, and probably the experts on education can say that after this pandemic is going less and less affecting the life of people, but the online learning, it came and it will stay forever. And probably we have to talk about hybrid methods, disruptive methods that combine the presential and the non-presential. Then the teachers have to be prepared for that. Well, I'm a dreamer. I love to say many times that when I listen Martin Luther King saying, I have a dream, but immediately I have to say, we have a responsibility. I have a dream, but we have a responsibility. That's it. And the idea is why we don't create like a kind of task force. In Andean countries, we call it a minga, with everybody participating, the teachers, the state, the local authorities, the private companies, the parents, the family, get involved in this. If no, my dear friends, Latin America is not going to have a future. Listen to me, it's not going to have a future if we are not paying attention of quality of education, not exclusion, tools to be part of. Well, probably another good idea would be to involucrate universities on this task. How? Students of the last years, they can be part of the solution as tutors of the small kids. Because if you are online, you are a teacher and you have 30, 40, 50, 60 students in front of you, and you don't have the possibility to touch them exactly because you are not in a presential, we can involve students of the last years of university, especially public universities that are studying because the state provides them with free education, at least in most of our countries, in public universities. Why they are not part of the solution? Why the student of medicine cannot be a good teacher of biology? Maybe the word was not in a proper way, not teacher, but tutor, mentor of small kids that they are learning biology. Why the student of physics, of mathematics, of engineering cannot be a supportive person in this kind of alliance that has to be created between ministers of education and universities? Maybe that proposal sounds like a dream, but remember when it was a Marshall Plan to recover Europe after the Second World War? It was a crazy thing to transport and to put all the efforts to recover. Well, we need a kind of Marshall Plan. I call it a Minga plan to recover education in our continent. If no, we are not going to have a future, because if we are not preparing the students for the challenges, because I remember that Professor Galopin talked about uncertainties. We are in a planet, in an environment that is with plenty of uncertainties. We don't have exactly the security about what's going to happen, what are going to be the future professionals that we need. Then what we need to create open-minded students, creative students, creative people that can deal with all these uncertainties, climate uncertainties, economic uncertainties, professional uncertainties, health uncertainties. How we know that in the future we are not going to have a pandemic? We don't know. That's the reason that we must also, with other circumstances, to preserve biodiversity in places like the Amazon region. We have to preserve like a biggest natural laboratory, maybe to provide the medicines for the future, for sickness that still we cannot imagine, like it was the coronavirus in these years. But let's think big. let's think what we can do together, because we need to be very creative to confront all these challenges. A lot has to do with to a strong the public health system in all of our countries, to a strong the public system of education. Probably the next wave could be mental health. What's happening with all these students in their houses? What happens with all these teenagers that cannot socialize in reality in real world with the others? They have only the tools that internet or platforms or social networks can provide. Well, the teachers sometimes are the only ones that are dealing with this emotional contention with parents, with the students, with whom the parents talk when they have a problem with a kid. They talk with the teacher because this is the closer person. I am absolutely sure that after the pandemic, teachers are going to be more valorized in society, because parents, they know for sure now that they have their kids at home, that it's not easy to have the kids at home all day and be taking care of them and be taking care that they do the homework and they do the research and they can connect and they have to do everything and at the same time to do things at home. Then valorizing teachers is a big issue that we have to talk in the very close future, not in the future, right now. Why we cannot valorize teachers? They have really bad self-esteem. I know that because I work with teachers all my life. We organize a contest for teachers all over Latin America, and I know how they feel. They don't feel that the society is paying attention to education and especially to teachers. Then we have to think more about teachers. We have to think more about what the tools we can use to reverse the bad situation that we have now. If I know, for example, that in Ecuador, in my country, almost 100,000 of kids, they are not going to school. They get loose for a school. The teachers don't know where they are. Only in this pandemic situation and only in the part of the Andean and Amazonic region, not counting the coast. What's happening in other countries, in Chile, in Argentina, in Brazil? The problem is the same. Then we have to use tools, very creative tools. Let's involve local authorities, private sector, universities, and let's all of us talk about education. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Rosalia, for this very stimulating talk about the future of education and things that we should start doing right now. I personally listened with much interest because education and human capital, yes, as it is also the term is also used in economics, is one of my main subjects of research. So certainly, I hope to talk to you later about common interests. Thanks, Antonio, again for agreeing to be in a panelist in this panel rather than in the next one. So let me introduce Antonio de Araújo Freitas Jr. From Brazil. He will talk about education for an unknown future in the post-pandemic world. Antonio is Vice President for Education, Research, and Graduate Studies at the Getúlio Vargas Foundation in Brazil, Rio de Janeiro. He is former President of the Higher Education Chamber of the National Committee of Education of Brazil. He is member of the Brazilian Academy of Education, former President and Consultant of the Latin American Council of the School of Administration, PhD from North Carolina State University, and of course, he is also a fellow of the World Academy of Art and Science. Antonio, the floor is all yours. You need to unmute your mic.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We can hear really well, and we also see your presentation.
Okay. And buenos dias, bom dia, good morning. It's very nice to be with you here today. And just will be a very brief talk about the education for the unknown future. And the first thing I thought was about our heritage, what we're leaving to our children, to our grandson, to our families. We have climate change that will trigger hurricanes, pandemic, rains, fire, global warming, droughts, radioactive waste. So we are living a very challenging, a very difficult situation for the young generation. And as Professor Galopan and Professor Ortega mentioned, and the education, I guess, education and science are the base for this any change. Besides of this, we have impacts on the health, economic, public, the culture. So this is a scenario of what we are leaving to our children and grandchildren. The definition of professions and careers are experiencing unprecedented changes, faster, deeper, wider than any other occasion. So what can we teach? What can we teach that everything is so changes so fast, no? So deep, so wider. We don't know the future. So this is a challenge. I guess, I just made a guess that to prepare students for careers, we must keep in mind at least 4 keywords: technology, globalization, soft skills, and knowledge. Technology is very clear. Machines are doing the jobs of humans. Artificial intelligence are working instead of humans. And the computers are doing everything. Globalization, the mobile phone, I think, is the most important symbol of this technology today, because with 5G, with the mobile, we can do everything. Globalization for our students. What's globalization? For the companies in our countries, no? Is a company is global if they can leave Brazil, if they can leave Ecuador, if they can leave Argentina and be in the United States, in Europe, in Africa, in Asia. This is global for a company. For our students, for you and me, for our faculty, globalization is just to take a plane, just to take a boat and work in Argentina, in Ecuador, in the United States, in Chile, in Africa. So our students need to be a globalist, a global profession. The standard of education of our students should be similar, should be parallel to those of any country, like the United States, like France, Italy. So in a way that if they are educated in Brazil, they can just take a plane and go to any place and work as if they were educated there. So globalization should be included in our education. And the main conclusion is the quality of education. It's not only education, it's the quality of education. And the technology is the powerhouse, is everything for the future of the working force. If you are a medical doctor, if you are engineer, if you are a teacher, you must need technology. In Brazil, you may not Brazil, we have about 50 million students. Professor Rosário Ortega, we have about 50 million students in Brazil. Imagine twice the population of Canada. They go to school every day, every day. They have lunch, they do the homework, they have teachers. So we have about 3 million teachers in basic education, 3 million teachers. And as you said, we need to train the teachers because everything is changing, is moving. Some of these teachers, they are on labor 20, 30 years ago. So we need to teach the teachers, and technology is in the heart of this teaching, in this education. In my school, Getúlio Vargas Foundation, and when we have the pandemic, in about 1 week, we changed from face-to-face to distance learning. And we are talking about more than 100,000 students all over Brazil. I say all over Brazil because we have a professional education, we have executive education all over Brazil, in about 120 cities all over the country. And everything was changed in a week to do with technology. And the quality, I think, is about the same, And eventually, many students, they will prefer to continue with online teaching. And some faculty, like me, I'm very comfortable to work at home. I don't waste time from my house to the school, that it's about 1 hour drive, and 1 hour back. So I stay at home and very comfortable. And I can do that because of technology. Technology is in the heart of the future of education and all professions. Soft skills. Soft skills is the human skills. The human skills is everything. In the future, you can imagine that machines, artificial intelligence, robots will do everything, at least the hard work. My doctor is making surgery in Brazil with robots. They prefer robots because it's better than human being. It's more reliable than the human being. So what about, we have machines, we have artificial intelligence, we have robots. So what's left for us? What's left for us is just the human skills, the soft skills. So the soft skills are everything for us in the future and for us. No one can change, no machine can substitute a professor that clears the classroom, the enthusiasm, the student. No machine can substitute the medical doctor that when he puts the hands on you, just looking at you, you just feel better. So the human skills are the skills that will prevail in the future, because no machine, no artificial intelligence, no robotics will substitute the soft skills. And Professor Galopin and Ortega mentioned knowledge, education, and education, science, and science. So we need to have knowledge, we need to have education, but not a soft education. Our education should be similar to those in Europe, to those in North America. So if you want to compete, if you want the people to have jobs, imagine that in our airports in Rio, now they are put all workers out of job, and the machines are doing everything. You go there, you check in by yourself, you put your luggage. So, and what about the humans? You know, the machines are doing everything. So knowledge, but high quality knowledge, high quality education, the ability to recall second-hand information. What I mentioned as second-hand information is information that was produced 20 years ago. Some teachers, they are teaching the same class with the same old papers, all the old knowledge, the knowledge they learned when they were in school. We don't need second-hand information. Or better, the young people, our students, they don't need all that second-hand information. It's usefulness. Eventually, they need a basic education, but the future is another one. The situation calls for a continuous stream of new knowledge. So research, investigation is very, very important, no matter what country you are. Investigation, research is quite important. Lots of it. Knowledge that cannot be taught because nobody yet knows what needs to be known. Imagine what challenge the teachers have today. We need to prepare people, young people, 18 years old, 17, 19, 20 years old, that will work 10 years from now. And they will have a lifespan of 40 years working. What can we teach? How can we prepare these people, these students, without knowing what's really going to happen in the future? This is a big challenge. And we need to solve this challenge. We cannot teach the old stuff because they need the new stuff that even we don't know. So, as I mentioned here in left, we have research. It's quite important that the young student, they do research since of the beginning, even the basic school. In my school, Getúlio Vargas Foundation, all students in the first semester, they do research. And they have prizes and they will have a national competition on that. Also, we'll have the demography. The demography is something that it's amazing because we have very few young people and more old people. Demography is changing. So if the young people, they don't have a good education, how the country, how the companies will work, will have a position. So the demography is quite strange, because and maybe 20 years ago had lots of young people. The mothers had 4 or 5 children and few old people. Now we have more and more older people, people's living 70, 80, 90, 100 years, and the mothers are having less on average, especially in developing countries. The mothers on average, educated mothers at least, have less than 2 children. In Brazil, it's about 1.7. So we expect that by 2030, the population begin to decrease. We will have more older people and less young people. So if we don't give a top-notch education to these students, we may have a problem.
5 minutes.
College emphasis need to switch from recall information to new relevant information. Information becomes knowledge. Traditional curriculum blocks the knowledge creating process. The old curriculums, they are not a lever. They don't leverage new knowledge. So we need to change the traditional curriculum. Everything that can be replaced by a machine will be. Everything. I need at least to finish. It's almost finished, but no, I didn't expect that it will be so hard in this time. Everything that can be replaced by a machine will be replaced. So the young people should flew away from all repetitive works, because everything that is repetitive will be doing by machine. So the students should look for intelligence, creativity, and human abilities. The professional of the future will have to take care of his ability to learn the new things that you don't know now, more than preserved old information. The bottom line purpose of education is expanding understanding of how the world works. In the real world, the world we are trying to help the student understand, everything connects to everything. So education should be interdisciplinary. How can you teach finance without talking about ethics? How can you teach marketing without ethics? So everything is interdisciplinary. If you just think this mobile phone, we have engineers, we have marketing, we have finance, we have everything. So education should be interdisciplinary. There is no education boxes. So research, creativity, design, and so on and so forth. I ask you, I'm just closing, but I want to share with you a little case, because I have a reason for that. So let's imagine a little case. Suppose someone wants a pair of socks. So let's imagine that Galopin wants a pair of socks. Possibly those available have been knitted in Latin America. Power to run the knitting machines is supplied by burning fossil fuels. Burning fossil fuels contributes to global warming. Global warming alters weather patterns. Altered weather patterns trigger environmental catastrophes. Environmental catastrophes destroy infrastructure. Money spent for infrastructure replacement is not available for health care. Declines in the quality of health care affect mortality rates. Mortality is a matter of life and death. Buying socks then is a matter of life and death. So reuse, reduce, recycle. Why is this important? Imagine a pair of jeans. If you use a pair of jeans now, you should know that to make a pair of jeans, we use 10,000 liters of water just to make a pair of jeans. That's why it's so important to use, reuse. 1 kilo of meat, pork meat, use 6,000 liters of water. So we should take real care of our nature, because we don't think about that. It's just a pair of jeans. It's just a kilo of meat. But this is 1 kilo of pork is 6,000 liters of water. So to make sense of this simple cause effect, that case was about a simple cause effect sequence requires an understanding of how all fields fit together. So we think that we should think about physics, chemistry, biology, and everything fits together. So it's really a big puzzle. So this little pair of socks, may have a huge impact on environment. Imagine millions of pair of socks.
1 minute.
Summing up, I think you are more strict with me than the others. Huh? The current formal education does not give the students a clear picture. It gives them instead a little bit of this, a little bit of that, but nothing about how the bits and pieces are connected and reinforce each other. To those ends, we move education to system thinking that includes ecosystem, modes of transport, and human body as well as organization. People with their individual qualities will be everything for the organizations of the future. Human skills will be everything for the future. Is what will be left for us are the human skills, because machines, artificial intelligence, and robotics will do the hard job that they are done by people today. So everything that can be replaced by machines will be replaced. So exactly in 1 minute, I finish, Leandro. Thank you very much for your patience. And I try to make it concise, but we could talk about this all day long, I guess, all of us, because this is a real challenge, science and education. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Antonio. And it was really a pleasure to listen to your presentation. I found it very articulate and interesting, of course. I hope we will have other occasions to talk more on this subject. Well, this concludes the presentation by our 3 panelists, and we have time for questions. I can see already that our president, Gary, welcome, Gary, to the panel. He has some questions for both Gilberto and Rosalia, at least. So if you are ready, you can speak now.
If you allowed me, please, because I have to leave soon. I read a couple of questions, and it will be great for me to answer now. I just want to know if I can talk now, Leandro.
Yes, of course, I understand. Please.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I saw one question about what's happening in India, and how all the people is getting connectivity. It could be a good opportunity for countries like Latin America because of course, and for sure, we need to jump into this pandemic that had such an amount of bad things for everybody, for families, losing people, losing families, etc. But in the other hand, we can't make this jump into digital education now, but it needs to have all the supports. And about the question of Gary, and most of all, the support that the Academy and the World University can provide. I think we can make a task force, of course, and we can join efforts. I say that it could be a Marshall Plan, but I don't want to use Marshall. A Minga plan, it will be better because it's so deep in our identity, like Andean countries, for example, talking about the collaborative work, that's Minga. If you need to build a house and you don't have the money and things, everybody of your community help to build that house, put in their free work. That's the meaning of Minga. Then a Minga about education, that is that meaning that universities can be very solidarity, express the solidarity with the schools and high schools, making this approach. We made an experience here in Ecuador. I'm not talking by talking. I lead a training center for the future that is a school for leaders. Last year, because we did in the past in a presential way, last year we have to commute to a digital system. And we asked the previous students to be the tutors of the new ones. And it was fantastic, fantastic. They were more involved than ever. They were helping not only in the situation about homeworks, about the duties that they have, but also in the emotional issue. And that is great. Then we can attack, if I can use the word, the academic field and also the emotional field. And of course, I will be more than happy to talk more about this initiative and try to make it like a universal instrument to make it better, not a new normal, but a better normal, not only a new, but a better normal. With all the experiences that we have in India, in Brazil, I listened to Professor Antonio Freitas about what they are doing. And in other parts, of course, we must put in relevance the teacher's career. No machine, no intelligent artificial intelligence can do what the teachers can do. It is not possible to change in that way. We must put and reinforce the figure of the teacher and the link between teacher and parents to get it for a better situation. Sorry that I have to leave because I have another presentation, but it was really extraordinary to hear you and to talk with you. And all the tasks that you think about working for education, I will be a person that could be collaborating some of the things that we are doing here in Ecuador or in Latin America. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks again, Rosalia.
Thank you. Sorry for have to depart.
You understand. Gary, you have the floor. If you want to place your question personally to Gilberto.
Well, I'd like to thank you, Leandro. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank all three presenters for really superb, insightful, and very complimentary presentations. And I did put a few questions in the chat before you asked me to join in. I'd like to emphasize just one point before I put the question. I thought that Rosalia made a very important point. We know that change in education or in any field is not easy, and in education it's made very difficult because of the conservative nature of the educational system. The model goes back for so long. But this really is an opportunity. The pressure of the pandemic has forced tens of thousands of universities all over the world. Janani mentioned in her comment about India, where have had no experience with online training and education at all, and they've been compelled to go and break through the resistance that there's been since the technology permitted it and made it possible. We now have three organizations, Coursera, edX, and Khan Academy. Each has more than 20 million students around the world. We know that this can work. It doesn't mean, as Rosalia said, it can be a hybrid. It doesn't mean that it's an alternative to all the traditional institutions. But think about if we can open up the existing institutions in a hybrid manner, using all the educational resources that we're not able to tap now. Retired teachers, retired professors, experts from industry and other walks of life who could reach in and contribute to this. I'm just saying, I think this is a wonderful opportunity to really think out of the box and out of the existing paradigm, and certainly not preparing just to go back. Both Gilberto and Antonio touched on one point that's really a vital concern to the World Academy, and that is the breaking down of the disciplinary silos in higher education, which is such a severe limit to our dealing with the complexity of the real world, which Gilberto did a very good job of reminding us of. So my question is, what can be done to accelerate this move towards multidisciplinarity and transdisciplinarity, not only with respect to complex issues like the pandemic, but in all the fields that Antonio was talking about as well? Because today we need people who are equipped not as experts in specialized fields, but who understand the totality and the integration between subjects. So I'd welcome comments by either or both of them on this, because it's so important.
Thanks very much, Gary. Well, I note that because there are not so many people in our meeting, it was better for questions to be posed just verbally, as if we were all together in the same room. Now, looking at here are the questions. Let's see. I don't see any other questions. Well, of course, there was a question that was posed by our fellow Janani, but it was already answered by Rosalia. Now, of course, perhaps Gilberto, would you like to? Well, for sure, yes. Sorry for this. For sure, you would like to answer to the questions by Gary. So please, you have the floor.
Okay, yes.
Excuse me, Leandro, do you see that Hater's raising his hand vigorously and trying to speak?
Let's see. I see now.
Hater is
scrolling.
speak. So.
Okay. But let's Gilberto answer first, and
Okay.
then.
There was one question by Gary addressed to me directly, and this is whether I see interdisciplinary research, transdisciplinary research happening in universities. I must say that first, I must say that there is a lot of knowledge about the process of interdiscipline and some about the process of transdiscipline that have been studied as a process. So there is knowledge available to do that. Unfortunately, in universities, it's not common. I am not aware of any place in which they teach how to do interdisciplinary research. There are a few universities that do interdisciplinary research in some of the, particularly in postgraduate seminars and courses, but some of the universities like the State University of Arizona is trying to become interdisciplinary, although very often this becomes the attempts of the declaration to interdisciplinarity are really cases of multidisciplinary, in which there is a number of disciplines taking part of the problem, but there is no cross-fertilization. And transdiscipline involving non-scientists is much more rare. The point is that the academic environment in general is not very friendly for interdisciplines. Even the systems of rewards for the scientists or professors or members of the university is geared away interdiscipline, because of course if you are a researcher and you are working in interdiscipline, you are not working probably in the mainstream of your discipline, and you will be judged and promoted by your contribution in your mainstream. That is the common case. I am not saying that there are exceptions. Regarding this is the situation. I see this is happening much more in industry, when there are people needed to solve a concrete real world problem, and there the interdisciplinarity often becomes a necessity. Either you work in the disciplinary or you don't solve the problem. Of course, in academy, there are some areas that now are being developed with a lot of interdisciplinarity, like neurosciences, for instance. But in terms of what can be done, I think that one of the major problems is the inertia of the whole educational establishment and the members of the establishment, professors, in maintaining the status quo, because this is what we learn, this is what we are comfortable to do. And one of the things that I think that could be very useful, and maybe the academy could have a role on that, it is the creating demonstration projects. Projects, maybe modest projects, but they're interdisciplinary, that tackle a problem that had been already tackled in a traditional manner, and they show to an skeptical audience, like in most of the national councils of science in most of the countries, that this provides a better scientific solution and understanding. And I proposed one to the Council of the Science in Argentina, and it was accepted, but then nothing happened and it was not implemented. I am talking about small projects, maybe 10 people, 12 people from different disciplines, taking a modest problem that can be solved with a small group without years of research. But they really can show which are the advantages and difficulties of interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary research. And then I think in addition to that is the importance of educating policymakers and decision makers. Because these individual efforts, I think they are very, very interesting and very important, but they normally hit sailing, and they may be contradicting even national policies on education. So I think it's both stronger strategy is small, but the meaningful demonstration projects and in addressing the policymakers and the places where most policymakers are trained to. That's all to me at the moment.
Thank you very much, Gilberto. Well, we are passing the time barrier because we will have another session in less than half an hour. We have two panelists who have raised their hands. First, Heitor, Gurgulino de Souza, and then Antonio Freitas. I will ask both of them to be brief in their interventions. First, Professor Heitor Gurgulino de Souza. You need to unmute yourself.
All right. Can you hear me now? Can
Yes,
you
we
hear
can
me
hear
now?
you. We can hear you.
Yeah, I know that the time has expired. But I just wanted to raise one point, which is common to all Latin America, not only in Brazil, but the question of illiteracy. People that cannot read, people that cannot write. Nobody mentioned this issue, and I think it's important, very important. And that's we need to work on that action plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor
Professor
Gurgulino. Now,
Gurgulino,
Antonio.
Antonio.
Well, answer Professor Gary Jacobs' question. I think interdisciplinary can be done around the project. Imagine an airplane. To design airplane, we need mechanical engineers, we need marketing professionals, finance professionals, and pilots, and jet professionals. So a bunch of different professionals around the project. Actually, we have in Brazil, as a university, Universidade Federal do ABC, that they work in this way. All courses are around projects, So you are not a professor of physics, or you are not a professor of marketing. You are a professor of the University of ABC, okay? So they allocate you to one project, the students to that one project. So you give classes, but they work hands, the marketing, the pilots, and the engineers, they work together to build the plane. So this is the idea, to work around a project. So this is interdisciplinary. Maybe the house in India, it would be interdisciplinary. Someone knows how to do the roof, and someone do the water, the soil water, the drinking water, and so on and so forth. So this is around the project. You can be interdisciplinary. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Antonio. And well, I believe that we had a very interesting session. Next session is also going to be on similar topics. And we will have a break until, well, right now of 24 minutes. So that will be here where I am, it will be 11 a.m. But of course, in Peru, two of our speakers are coming from Peru. It's going to be 9 a.m. And in India, I guess, if I am right, it's going to be, 7:30 p.m. So, sorry, I cannot invite you to have a coffee or tea and snacks. This is a challenge for virtual experiences in a post-pandemic world. So see you, hopefully, all of you, in about a little over 20 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dionésio. Till
Thank you very
11
much.
o'clock here. Nice to see you, Antonio. Nice to see
Nice
you,
to see you.
Heitor
Thank you.
and Gilberto.
Gilberto, was a very nice presentation. Was deeper than mine. Professor Gurgolino. Gurgolino? Sound, Gurgolino. Sound.
Ah, não tem sal? Não.
Agora tem.
Agora tem? É que eu queria dizer, então, que o analfabetismo é um problema muito grave no Brasil, nos países da América Latina, na África, na Ásia, inclusive na Europa e até nos Estados Unidos. Analfabetismo é um problema que tem solução. Nós, do Brasil, tivemos uma experiência, mas claro que precisamos fazer isso para o Brasil inteiro. Não é uma tarefa fácil. Na Universidade Federal de São Carlos fizemos isso. Bom, enfim, vamos continuar essa conversa depois, na outra sessão.
Oi, posso falar em português? Um pouquinho. Prazer em rever, professor. Lembra de mim, né? Sou Daniele. Tudo bem, professor Gurgolino?
Daniele.
Muda. Oi. Podem me ouvir?
Estamos ouvindo.
Tá cortando aqui. Acho que
Aproveitou as apresentações?
muito. A economista também busca educar-se. Além do mais, eu sou professora também.
Então,
Essa será a minha, né? Como já deve ter visto no programa. Eu vou moderar e vou apresentar também.
muito bem. Então, agora é só daqui a alguns... Talvez 20 minutos, né?
Eu começo hoje. Amanhã, das 9, a partir das 9.
Bem, agora eu vou tomar um café e vou
Vá.
deixar vocês um pouquinho. Então,
Até.
até daqui a pouco.
Hello, back.
Hello. Hello, everybody. Sorry for the delay,
Hello.
but I had some, and I still may have some internet problems. Welcome everybody to the third session of our event, which is also Education, Science, and Innovation, Part 2. So we are having, well, Antonio de Araújo, he already made his presentation. And so we are having 3 speakers, Benjamín Martí Corena from Peru, Modesto Montoya, also from Peru, and Emil Constantinescu from Romania. I am going to ask Benjamín, let's see, here, I can see you. Good morning, Benjamín. So let me, as we have been doing so far, Benjamín, I am going to introduce you formally. Well, first of all, Benjamín, he is my very close friend. We studied together in Lima some years back, actually many years back. He is Doctor des Sciences by University of Grenoble in France, and he is currently lecturer at the Department of Sciences of the Universidad Nacional de Ingeniería, and he is the president of the National Council for Science and Technology of Peru, and vice president of the University Antonio Ruiz de Montoya, also in Peru. With that presentation, let me ask Benjamín, thanks again for, I know your time is precious, but thanks again for joining us, and we will listen to you now. Your sound is not yet on.
Yeah. Do you hear me now, please?
Yes, we hear you now well.
Okay. Thank you very much, Leandro, and thank you to all the participants in this table. Have a good day today. Well, I'm going to read a presentation because I prepare it in English and I'm not so proficient in this language, so I will read it. The title is Education in Science for Citizenship, Ethics, Art, and Behoof of Sciences. Intrinsic values of science merits distinguished oversight from school professorship and education managers, and be thoroughly embodied in the teaching methodology at the school. Basic scientific knowledge and its appropriate teaching are essential not just for youth that are to become scientists, but for everyone because they constitute a source for cultural and social enrichment and a rewarding practice and intellectual activity. A generally accepted idea is that the apprehension of the basic science concepts are fully attained in the first childhood, when individuals are eager for knowledge. Another idea well-grounded on experience is that basic knowledge school teaching is thoroughgoing and of long-term effect in the childhood minds when it is given emphasizing the didactic process of scientific discovery. It is a commonplace that the basic scientific knowledge are useful to understand the physical horizon where we dwell, and by following that comprehension, be oriented to put nature at human service as a fundamental idea from Bacon's modernity project settled, today contested, of course. But besides such instrumental dimension of science and of science teaching at school, we recognize other two dimensions oriented to a far more intimate individual shape, to his better self-knowledge and that of his other community neighbors, fellow creatures, and of those biological species with which we indwell shortly to form individuals as citizens. The ethics dimension, science and school science teaching has a remarkable shaping potential. There is a science ethics exerted by the performing scientist and by the lecturer that teach it. It consists in not to assure anything that may not be experimentally proved. This rigorous norm is to be highlighted in school science teaching, for without it, science would lose its reliability as well as for its remarkable potential to permeate every social activity from individuals with the essential moral value of their discourse consistency and of respect of that who pronounce it for those who receive it. In science, no one can practice trickery. To prevent such a fraud, science community is in continuous ward. Scientific discourse withdraw rhetorics, at least that against which Socrates' tenacious logic is addressed. Borgias. Other aspect of science ethics, although not as strong as the one commented, is that of nature laws and biolabelness, in opposite side of social laws that are seldom transgressed, especially in today's very common crisis social scenarios. The Nobel Prize physicist David Letterman award of ethical attributes of science applied them to science teaching in some very violent youth gangs in some Chicago's district schools. That experience was so remarkably successful in decreasing young students' violence that it was followed by similar experience by other Nobel laureate, the French physicist Georges Charpak and his colleagues, who imitated that of Letterman's and created the French program named La Main à la Pâte, which is a metaphor of the bread maker works. This program has been popularized in Spanish language as Manos a la Obra and gained a certain development in Colombia. Moreover, it inspired the creation of a European science teaching program named Pollen for school science teaching in Europe Union countries. Art and science. The other dimensions of science with a deep formative potential is aesthetics, rationality with which science explains physical reality, powerfully attracts childhood attention for the eloquence, simplicity, and admirable imagination of the models she uses. Astronomy is the queen science for those formative virtues. Nobody resists to go through his door. Art and science interpret nature. Science studies it and art imitates it. Science does its appealing more to rationality and art more to emotivity. But neither art springs exclusively from this, nor science do it uniquely by means of formalism and logic. And not only because art employs techniques and methods, and that its realization depends on materials with physical attributes, and the science procures constantly elegant and symmetric formulas to explain the world around. What is common to both art and science is inspiration. A mathematical discovery laboriously searched may spur in his discoverer a fascination as intense as that of a musician or a sculptor, or of the spectator, of course, faced to the accomplished creation. Among thousands that may be cited, one example is that of the nocturne ride in boat when Chandrasekhar thought briefly on what could happen to the very massive stars whose destiny was to become black holes once they had consumed the threshold portion of its energy. And then it took to him a time much bigger to determine the minimal mass that stars should have for that her gravity superseded the repulsive plasma forces and triggered the metamorphosis. Maybe one day science will discover what brain peripecia, which specific synaptic connections are behind the creative instance. As joyful experiences, creative instants are usually brief. I suppose that both art and science need humor to be accomplished with ease. The son-in-law of Karl Marx considered that a sense of humor was needed to understand his illustrious father-in-law method. It seems to me that the same flexibility rule is applicable for discarded method users or for the inductive method of ancient Euphrates priests or any other method to find himself from frequently in the antechamber of inspiration state. Creative doesn't manifest to rigid spirits. No one has ever seen galaxies directly, not even employing the most powerful telescopes. The dazzling photographs in astronomical encyclopedia are achieved by accumulation of tiny radiation originated in those objects attaining detectors after continuous exposition of several hours or days. And the registers are done with telescopes lying in orbits around the Earth. Resultant patterns, those photographs that no one can see at naked eye, are as magnificent as the best art productions. That art imitates nature may also be observed at the old Egyptian priest residences that, simulating the cultivated lands in Nilo's river valley, built their mansions' floors with square paving tiles, alternating their colors as in a chessboard. It appears mostly a legend that Thales of Mileto, observing the column's projection over the floor in full moon nights, discovered the proportionality law among any two coplanar right lines crossed by other three right lines parallel among one to another in the same plane and in this, as the first two lines, from nature altered by mankind, the cultivated camps, and from there to Egyptian architecture, and finally to scientific imagination happened a direct and virtuous sequence. The Nederlander painter Escher also refers to nature, but to recognize it as much more diverse than deciphered by science, venturing to show potential failures in world perception by scientists. Escher lived in a time, 20th century first decades, when classical physics bylines has entered in severe crisis, and alternative roads appear more powerful, more mathematical, and more distant from common sense. It was also a time when abstract art appears in painting, sculpture, music, and even in poetry. It is not surprising that Peruvian poet Cesar Vallejo published his book Trilce in those times of new geometries and new certitudes. That science mimics nature was also a Pythagorean ideology when his philosophical school estimated that any character, object, or state in the universe was representable by numbers characterizing them as a finger point, such that he attributed numbers more reality, consistency, and essentiality than the objects they stand for. 100 years later, Plato gave his own version of that Pythagorean idea with his concentric sphere model of the universe. Botanic photography is possible the art most successfully in bridging art and science. And more recently, the photography of animal species in submarine abyssal deepness in imaginated forms and attributes. In an essay written in 1921, the Spanish Ortega y Gasset considered that there are among the new emotions stirred up by cinema art, one that condenses in short time all the germinal process of a plant, bridging our vision with the slow growth of the plant and achieving before our eyes the continuity of a gesture. Although fiction was not appreciated by Socrates, poetry had explicit links to nature in Heraclid poems and later in Hellenic Rome, in those of Lucretia. Georgicas from Virgilium, among many other scenarios, describe the plans of Lazio camps and those of his natal site at the shores of the Po River, and remain, as the Aeneida, one of the most beautiful fictional literature ever written. In geometry, but particularly in fractal geometry, there is an essential aesthetics. Roger Penrose, the great theoretical physicist and most near friend to Stephen Hawking, considered that for its easy construction, starting from a modest mathematical formula, he affirmed that the set of Mandelbrot is not a human mind invention, but a discovery. As much as the Everest Mountain, the set of Mandelbrot is there. I close quotations. We are seeing that statics dimensions confers education in science a formation power. Everything in science is sought and organized by models. Albert Einstein considered the beauty of science was in the simplicity by which it interprets nature. It is also true, nonetheless, that he exhorted scientists to explain phenomena, nature phenomena, as simple as possible, but no more, meaning that there is a limit for simplicity with which scientists' truth may be exposed. The education power of the aesthetics dimensions has not yet been duly taken into account by our education institutions. Many worked that dimension, but two names come immediately to our minds: Richard Feynman and Stephen Hawking, two of the best recent decades. Their models are so beautiful that they succeed to charm youth, many of which came to science careers by means of astronomy. It is suitable to remember that neither science nor art are statics. They correspond to social performance, sensitiveness, material and spiritual urgencies of times. In 401 before Christ, Socrates was condemned to death and executed for offending laws, for not recognizing the city gods, and for introducing other new divinities. In fact, Socrates
5 minutes, Benjamin.
Okay, thank you. In fact, Socrates affirmed that sometimes he heard a voice that oriented him in his thoughts about living. The intolerance displayed by Athens in 401 before Christ was unthinkable in that city a few decades before. But this time the city had just lost its most destructive and long-term war, in which the best of Greeks' youth died before showing its talents in a society capable of producing them in great amount. Athens, exacerbated, sacrificed his most eminent citizen. Instead, it doesn't happen so to Einstein for saying exactly the same as Socrates, that an interior voice whispered him that quantum mechanics was incomplete. Nor it happened anything to Ramanujan when in 1930s London declared that godness Mamahiri put formulas in his mind while he slept. Intolerance and ungratefulness are the most destructive blemish of society and individuals. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Benjamin. And thank you for keeping the time limit. Well, that was a very interesting talk that reminds me of all the things that I learned in my time as student of physics. Of course, I didn't follow into physics as you did. I followed into mathematics, but we'll keep in. So we are going to ask questions at the end of the session, and I will ask now our colleague Modesto Montoya, also from Peru, to be the next speaker. Modesto, he also, like Benjamin, he is also a fellow student of the university in Lima, although he is younger than both of us. So he started later, but I have known Modesto for many years. He is a nuclear physicist, and he is a former president of the Peruvian Institute of Nuclear Energy of Peru, also former president and a member of the Peruvian Academy of Nuclear Sciences, and he was also president of the Peruvian Physical Society, a member of the Peruvian National Academy of Sciences. So Modesto has asked me to speak in Spanish. So he is going to speak in Spanish for about 20 minutes. No, sorry, for about 10 minutes. That is what he promised to me. And after he finishes his presentation, I will make a probably shorter description in English for the benefit of those who do not understand our beautiful language, Castilian. So now I cede the floor to Modesto, please.
Thank you, Nandro. I changed my name. I'm going to try to speak in English, okay? May I share my screen, please? Uh-huh. Okay, in fact, I'm going to explain what changed in my life in this time. This transformación digital is a very important word for us in this moment because our activities are completely different since this pandemic. In 1984, we returned to Peru after our studies in France, and at that moment, science was completely neglected in Peru. And nuclear scientists, decided to take the institute, the laboratories, and to strike, to show the press that we are not going so well in research. Yeah, in this you can read here, we have uranium, but we're not exploiting. We need science, we need research. In that moment, I understood that I have to promote science and technology in my country, and we began to organize the International Science Meeting with Peruvian scientists from everywhere coming to Lima to show his discoveries and to cooperate with the Peruvian scientists in Peru. This event is twice a year. It costs a lot of money because the Peruvian scientists coming from other countries must pay a lot of money to go to this meeting. But also we decided to promote science in the society, beginning with the kids. We organize several activities in this field. We go also to the high mountains in Peru. These high mountains are completely neglected by the government. So we go to show how is science, how funny is science, how funny are experiments. Also, we organize computer courses for kids and several activities with kids. Our former students now at this moment are very important scientists in the world. For example, in this picture, this kid here is now in Saclay in France, making research very important. Several students, several former students in our center are in several laboratories. We are proud to say that our experience was visited by important people. For example, here we have Leon Lederman, Nobel Prize. After his Nobel Prize, he visited us. There are other Nobel Prizes coming to see our experience. In 2018, it was Joseph Taylor Nobel Prize, explaining this kind of black holes fusion, and several other scientists explaining to us his discoveries, and this event organized by our center and also supported by Concitec is the main activity in science promotion in Peru. But to do this possible, it was necessary to ask several private companies to pay tickets, first class, very expensive hotels, and it was very difficult for us. But what changed now? Now it was completely different, because now it's Zoom, like this meeting, no? And this new technology permitted to have more scientists to attend our meetings, but also the politician decided to participate in our Congress, in our meeting. For example, in this picture, we can see the candidate to the presidency to Peru, and talking with the Peruvian scientists. We have in the first picture is Jorge Linares from France, Pierre Maria Odone, former director of Fermilab, and other scientists with politicians. It is the first meeting in the world I know that the candidate to presidency are talking about science, no? With scientists. We have organized several of these meetings. Here is the last one. Pedro Castillo is a leftist candidate now, competing for the presidency in Peru, and he accepted our proposal to organize a Ministry of Science and Technology. So we are proud to say that our activities with this pandemic reality, in fact, accelerated our activities to promote science in Peru. Pandemic maybe is our supporter in this activity. But also in our activities in Science for Kids was completely changed. How to do science with kids without laboratories. We have to make an effort of imagination. We decided to use the internet to ask kids how they are seeing the moon, the sun from their countries. For example, this picture is taken from the high mountains in Peru, in Lima, in La Libertad. We can see here this kind of, I don't know how to say this, the angle of the moon here is approximately 30 degrees relative to the horizontal, and the kids from France, they saw in different, they see different angle. Depending on the country, they send us the picture of the moon, and we asked them why the angle is different. So they have to think about this. There is a discussion with the other kids trying to explain why they see different angle of the moon. This is only one example how to the new reality with pandemics, how we can exploit the internet to do science in a very interesting way. We can see also that with this pandemic reality, we are weekly meeting with the scientists Peruvian scientists in the world. For example, with Leandro Saavedra, we discussed several times with Zoom and also in live by YouTube. That means that this new reality, in fact, was for us a positive thing, because all our activities are accelerated. No? Also, our activity at the university are completely changed. We have to do different lectures, different ways to discuss with the students and to do research using the data in the internet. We interpret the data. No, we have not laboratories and activities, but we have a lot of data to understand, to do science, to do discoveries. This is all I can say for the moment. We are very happy to say that we are we have more activities than before. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Modesto, and I am pleased to see that your English is very good, actually. So that spared me the work of being your translator. I am certain there will be many questions about all this very inspiring experience that you have. Well, you have shown, as I know well, leadership in promoting science and science policy in Peru for many years, and hopefully it is going to, we'll see the fruits of that in the next election that is going to take place in a few weeks. So our next presenter is Professor Emil Constantinescu from Romania. So Professor Constantinescu, I'm sure that he enjoys being a professor, but he was also president of Romania, of his country, between 1996 and 2000. He is also a scientist, a writer, who was president of the University of Bucharest and chairman of the National Council of Romanian Universities Rectors. Since 2001, Dr. Constantinescu has been a member of the International Board of the East-West Institute, the Institute for Cultural Diplomacy, and the International Center for Democratic Transition, among others. He holds a PhD in geology, and he is also a member of the World Academy of Art and Science, a fellow. Dr. Constantinescu, please, you have the floor. And I will ask Modesto perhaps to disable the share of his screen Dr. Konstantinescu, please.
Good day. Thank you, Professor Neandros Saavedra Livano, for the kind introduction. I'm glad to be able to meet again Heitor and Saulo, my good colleagues at the World Academy of Art of Science, and to greet today, even if from afar, via Zoom, the distinguished representative of the academic milieu of Latin America. I'm very attached to this milieu ever since 3 decades ago when I participated in the Conference of Rectors of Latin America, which took place in Buenos Aires and Rio de Janeiro. My intervention will be focused on the role of higher education in a post-pandemic society. We have all been invited today to discuss perspectives on the post-pandemic world, and more precisely, post-pandemic perspective in the field of education, research, and innovation. I have spent all my adult life in the academic milieu, and I believe that one of the solutions for the comeback to some form of normalcy resides in the hands of education. Thus, the university will play a central role in the reconstruction of the post-pandemic society. Even before the appearance of this virus, the university as an educational entity was confronted with several structural problems, including contestation from its very members. Democracy has generated today policies that have led to an unprecedented expansion of education as a system, and also to anarchical protest against the expanding system. It is common for any educational process to face certain resistance from its beneficiaries. Today's manifest hostility towards the university, as we are witnessing it, may reside in the contestation of the inadequacy of the educational system to the realities of contemporary society. This is all the more evident today when education was moved online to be able to preserve physical distance and to protect those involved directly in the educational process, students and professors, but also their families. When faced with such crisis, we must reinvent the school so that it will know how to preserve itself and use its passionate interest for exploration of new knowledge. It must be a school that transforms every child's passion for stories into an ability to use adequate words. It must be a school that puts in service of the didactic process all the childhood colorful fantasies and the explosive inventiveness of adolescence. Briefly, it is about a school that focuses on the joy of learning. Such a school integrates and does not compete with the almost infinite information, which means today's society is developing fast. We will have to reinvent the school so that it will not exclude, but include. The biggest effort necessary to reinvent the school radically is not one involving economic effort, but one concerning intellectual effort. In no global vision, which can create sparks when we address political, social, economic issues, should the university be left apart. it plays an essential role in shaping the future we aspire for, a future which cannot be separated from education and knowledge. A modern university has the merit of taking the confrontation of opinions and the freedom of speech outside its walls, of making them enter the human consciousness and behavior. It has the merit of proposing a certain way of treating human relationship to the society, but also of approaching knowledge. Knowledge is a unique resource, never exhausted, but on the contrary, increased both by use and by sharing. I have supported the idea of looking at modern knowledge as a territory of synergies where each domain of research functions as a broad culture, a nourishing medium for the other domains of knowledge, a history for the science of the earth, as well as geology for history, a classic for physics, and ethics for biology and vice versa. Knowledge should never be reduced to technologies, research, and development. It includes fundamental sciences, humanities, social sciences, and education, all forming the culture of knowledge. Modern knowledge cannot and should not be reduced to a technical compilation and use of information. Bare information opens a way to massification, whereas knowledge stimulates the harmonious development of responsible individualities. There is no other antidote against dehumanization, but an individual capacity for building information into knowledge. In addition to that, one must not forget that the democratization of knowledge is a basic component of the progress of civilization. Education cost. There is no doubt the most profitable investment is one made in the educational system, but under an essential condition that financing should not just increase, but should also be correctly used, not to restrain the democratic basis of academic institutions and communities, nor their contribution to the democratic development of society. It is concerning a great part of the humanistic sciences, particularly those situated beyond the acute up-to-date characteristic, to which are often subjected projections regarding the educational system and research, which are less and less supported in the study and financing programs. The history of civilization, the languages of the old documents, the rare languages, and the history of philosophy may become in today's society more and more enlarged knowledge spaces. A new danger for universities, one that we must all be aware of, is their ranking based on specific criteria in an effort to fit all universities on a global level into a tight pattern. These rankings by the American or European evaluate university in 5 different fields: reputation and research, quality of teaching and learning, international orientation, the success of knowledge transfer, for example, partnership with enterprises, and contribution to regional development. It is to be expected that this will offer students and institutions clearer image of the university performances and will help them choose university best suitable for them. However, when speaking about universities, ignoring traditions, experience, as well as the relationship with national environment could lead to more serious consequences, as this approach affects not only diversity, but creativity in the end. Creativity is the basis of the new knowledge society. All the more and true university is a pillar of democratic society, so long as reason, pluralism, and tolerance are values underlying its intellectual approach. It is a certain fact that states' success in the global competition will not be primarily determined by the intensive use of natural resources, but by the level of well-educated human resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Constantinescu. We had, I think, your presentation conveys all this wisdom that you have accumulated with your very rich experience. I believe it is very valuable, and I look forward to interventions from other panelists around the table, and also attendees who are in our wider audience. Let's see who is going to be first. So we may have questions for all three speakers of this session. Let's see, I don't see any raised hands. I am sure that Professor Gurgulino will want to say something. Professor Gurgulino, do you wish to make some comments? Your speaker is muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you well. We can hear you well.
Okay. First of all, congratulations on the excellent session that we just had. After all, hearing from those about the universities and its role, particularly in the future, is so important that I really think it's a very valuable session. Professor Emil Constantinescu is someone that I know and admire for many, many years, and he again gave us a beautiful view of how he sees the university. He was rector of the university, he was president of the country, so he knows a lot what is the main role the university should play, especially universities and knowledge. This is a fundamental point. I don't have any questions for him. Just wanted to congratulate President Emil Constantinescu. And frankly speaking, he can help us in Latin America because he's speaking from Romania in Europe. But we are in Latin America and universities here. Some universities came already many years ago from Europe, but many universities, like in my country, only came in the last century, practically, because we did not have universities before. We were a colony from Portugal, and Portugal had no interest in establishing universities in Brazil. But I think so. It's very important that the main points that he mentioned, and I think it was a wonderful contribution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Gurgulino. I will, Professor Gary Jacobs has now the floor.
Thank you.
You're still muted. Okay, good.
And thanks to the three speakers for three fascinating presentations. I have two questions. The first for Professor Castillo. Your statements on the complementarity and relationship between art and science were really both inspiring and very insightful. And I'm wondering, it's a subject of very great interest to the World Academy in trying to bring an integrated perspective to knowledge that accepts both the objective view of science and this more subjective view of art to really solve problems in the real world and to understand knowledge in a wider perspective. So I would be very interested if you could share insights on how this view that you presented can actually be more effectively integrated into the educational system. And before I passed it on to you, I'd just like to also ask a question to my good friend, Professor Emil Constantinescu, for his also very interesting presentation. And my question, he's spoken very eloquently about the importance of the university. I would wonder, because you have a very important project at the Institute on the post-pandemic world. And I'm wondering if you could share some insights with us about what changes you see are possible or needed in the educational system that may be possible now under the pressure of the pandemic that might help us to move forward in our educational system and acquire more of the qualities that you have been speaking of, and enable us to break through some of the conservatism or the resistance that's been there for changes in the system up until now. So two questions to two speakers. Perhaps Professor Castillo, you could start.
Thank you, Gary. Benjamin, do you want to answer? You need to unmute your mic.
Thank you, Leandro. Thank you, Professor Jacobs, for your ideas and questions. Well, I try to set the idea that professorship at schools should be prepared for these perceptions, for these education changes needed to affirm, to highlight the ethics of science and also the beauty of science. So it's very, very important that professorship should be prepared for that. That was the idea of David Letterman in Chicago. And that was also the idea of George Charpak and Pierre Lénard, who follow that same experience, but in France. And now this is already in the whole European Union with the Project Pollen and in China. In China, it's a very big program now, copied over the model of the French La Main à la Pâte project. No? So I would say that the main is to emphasize the deductive process of this discovery, to emphasize that, and the methodic, the way that one cannot skip some phases of things. One cannot be only intuitive, but one has to be rational, very rational. No? That is the idea, and it seems to have been very successful in Chicago and in France, and also now in China, in Colombia. I have visited, for instance, in France, I visited in Paris some schools in those very violent districts also in Paris. And I remember that experience very directly seen, experienced by a child of about 3 or 4 years old, just that. So we have to start research ideas, research process, research methods from the very beginning of life. So we have to do that. We have to introduce that the deductive method, experimental method is very important, but it's not the only way to arrive to truth, of course. No? There is also emotion, and we need that. Human beings need emotions as well as rationality. So this is a very good compromise between both categories of conduct. So we can. I think that this is a challenge for the formation of for the training of professorship in schools from the very beginning, from the very early ages of childhood. I would say that. Thank you, Professor Jason.
Thank you. Let's see. Gary, you had 2 questions. Second one was for
Emil Constantinescu.
Yes. Sorry to have missed that part. Emil, if I may call you, would you please answer?
Thank you. First of all, thank you, Heitor, for the kind words, and I'm glad that you agree with me, as it is fundamental to focus on the university as a central core of any type of societal reform. Also, thank you, Gary, for the question. Indeed, the Institute for Advanced Study in Levant Culture and Civilization has been working in the past year on a project dedicated to the world post-COVID-19 pandemic, focusing on building a humanist vision for a sustainable development of the world, engaging responsibility of the academic milieu. One of the fields that we approach was a educational one, which has been gravely affected by the pandemic. However, any crisis entails in itself an opportunity. And for the educational crisis generated by the COVID-19, I would like to bring to your attention the solution of the double and triple propeller of education promoted by the Academy, by the World Academy of Art of Science. In a report to the Club of Rome, published in 2003, the well-known Triestine economist and thinker Orio Giarini launched, together with the Romanian academician Mircea Malița, professor of mathematics at the University of Bucharest, the concept of double propeller of education and work, in which they were stressing the unity and relationship between education and work. This double propeller of education and work can be functional only if it follows two principles: a multidisciplinary profile and lifelong education. The professor should become more than prestigious entities of the research world that teach courses and give grades. They would rather be tutors and models, reviving the old European tradition of schools' founding fathers. The fight for talent recruitment becomes global. As a consequence, managing talents become more of an art than a profession. In 2013, Ivo Slaus, former president of the World Academy of Art of Science, was rightly reminding us about the social dimension of humanity and said that in addition to learning and working, which can be individual activities, it is necessary to extend this double helix, adding realization of human rights and duties, governance of human society, which would condense into triple helix of education, employment, and governance. The Institute for Advanced Study in Levant Culture and Civilization launched the University Beyond the Walls, Inside of Outside project, which reunites representatives of the academia, local administration, and the economic environment. The project is currently implemented on site in the Hațeg area of Romania in a partnership between our institute, the University of Bucharest, the University of Agricultural Science in Timișoara, and 28 local mayor's offices from the area. The Hațeg Geopark is an area included in the UNESCO Geopark network. The Institute is also working towards extending the Geopark network in Dobrogea province in Romania in a cooperation agreement with the Ovidius University of Constanța and the local authorities. The project has been ongoing for the past 3 years, and on-site work has been complemented by the academic part. Thus, bachelor and master students from the Ovidius University perform on-site research in the area for their bachelor dissertation papers. As you can see, the Institute for Advanced Study in Levant Culture and Civilization, a World Academy of Art of Science Center of Excellence, took on the idea of Ivo Slaus and transformed it into this University Beyond the Walls project that I presented in the Board of Trustee meeting of the Academy back in 2014. This is the solution we propose to the current crisis. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Constantinescu. I see that Antonio Freitas, he has raised his hand. So please, Antonio.
Thank you. I have been talking with the colleagues in Brazil and abroad, and most schools are talking about hybrid education for teaching and research in different areas like history, like physics, like engineering, even medical schools. I would like to hear from all of you about this. I just want to make another comment. My wife had an eye problem, and we're in pandemic, so we got in touch in the hospital. The hospital is in São Paulo. It's about 500 kilometers from Rio. And by chance, the doctor saw my wife, the eye of my wife, and make a prescription, and she got well. I think it should be something minor, but everybody is mentioned that the hybrid education came to stay in many fields, even some difficult fields like health science. So I would like to hear the comments of all of you. The benefits and difficulties, because there are some benefits. For instance, Professor Emil is with us now. He's very far from me. I'm in Brazil, Rio, and he is in Romania. So this is a benefit. So I would like to hear from all of you the benefits and difficulties about hybrid education.
Thank you, Antonio. I think this is your question is, of course, very, very timely, and answering to it by all three panelists will give them also an opportunity to make any final comments that they may wish to, as I don't see any other questions that are that have been asked. So let's we shall proceed in that way in the same order. So first will be Benjamin Marticorena, then next Modesto Montoya, and finally Professor Constantinescu. They will all provide their final comments, and of course they will answer to your question.
Thank you.
So Benjamin, you are first.
Thank you. Well, I would like to understand if hybrid education means art and science education both together, or if that means information technologies used massively, as we are now doing because of the pandemic. But if it is the first idea, I think that could be a very, very important approach, of course, for a new education. That to do that, to educate, to form, to train people from both very important activities from science and from art. But specialization is important because we're in a hurry. We're always in a hurry. That is what some ancient French philosopher call the disease of the modern age, being always in a hurry. So we need to be specialized to be effective. We have to progress most rapidly. That is the idea. That is, of course, not a very good approach. Specialization is important to run, of course, but not to do things for good and for pleasure. So I think we need to reinforce the art component, aesthetics of science, and not only science by itself. Aesthetics and the rationality, aesthetics and the didactic method, the experimentation, together with the beauties of nature, and with beauty of models, not only of nature, but of models from nature that are produced by scientists. So I would say that if that is the idea of hybrid education, I agree with that, of course. In what concerns the use of modern telecommunications technologies, of course, it is a need we cannot avoid. And I think that for a post-degree or for doctoral studies, it is okay. It goes very well. It has been forever the way we have worked in that level. But it is very difficult for young people, for childhood. Very, very difficult, in fact, because the presence of the teacher is very important. Also, the angle of vision is cut with a plane in the modern TICS technology, and so we have that the communication, the personal communication, is very important for them. It is not as important for the older people, so people that are already doing its doctoral works. So it is okay for them, but not for child. I would say it's very difficult for them.
Thank you.
Thank you, Benjamin. I will now ask Modesto to have his final comments and also reply to the question. Oh, I can see that Gary also wants to make a question, but it will be at the end. Modesto, please.
Thank you. Our experience shows that this new reality, the telecommunication, permit more communications with more people. Our lectures in the university, for example, it can be also with the cooperation with scientists in other countries, Peruvian scientists or also other scientists can talk with our students. That was not possible before. Before this pandemic, it's just the teacher and the the students. And also another experience we have is our students in Peru are very shy. They don't ask too much. But with this pandemic, with this telecommunication, they ask more. They show many problems. They ask very complicated things, and they express more fluently than before. So in this sense, this is the advantage. Of course, the other side is we need to experiment, to do experiments with hands and to measure in the instruments, and that is the more complicated. Also, we have in our experience, we had some improvement in the thinking, because in the present class, people are completely listening the teacher, but with this new technology, we have the time to think and to analyze many other things much more than before. That's I can say. Also, as I show that our new reality permitted to participate the politicians. It was not possible before because you know, the transportation is complicated. Time is important, and with the new reality, people can cooperate very easily from their homes. We don't spend fuel for cars. We don't spend time. So this reality, I think, is very important for science, for teaching and education. And also very important to say is the democracy need to communicate the people. The mass media in Peru is completely partialized. They are manipulating people with this mass media. Noam Chomsky showed it, 10 strategies. But within reality, there are several social nets. How do you say this? These social communications. There are more democracy. There are more relation between people. Our website, for example, we have thousands of people listening our opinion. Also, they are expressing their opinion. But this is completely different in the official mass media. It's completely one idea. They can say everything about his opinion, but now we can participate everybody in our conversation. Thank you very much.
Oh, thanks to you, Modesto. Professor Constantinescu, please.
Thank you, Antonio, for raising the very tricky question of hybrid education or blended education, as I have seen it mentioned in some recent articles. For the beginning months of the pandemic, this type of education has been a solution, a temporary one. However, it is not a long-term solution, both in the technical and the humanistic disciplines. We use hybrid education to preserve physical distance. And for some little time, it worked. But as a scientist myself, I cannot imagine geologists being trained in this kind of form, but they need interaction. They need to go on site and look at rocks and soil and experience on site the technical approach, which cannot be taught via Zoom. The same is valid for medicine. Also, the pandemic launched a telemedicine solution, which is a great asset in patient care, but not the best one. Doctors need to consult patients to be able to exact diagnosis. And the same is valid for the humanistic sciences. literature, art, languages. Students of any specialization need human contact. They learn more from human contact than from their interaction with the screen, no matter the professor featured on it. Learning is a process of emotions and interactions, and not high definition technical device or program can replace it. This is also valid for the professors. I speak from my own experience, saying that all throughout my academic career, I have been stimulated by the interaction with my students, both in university halls, amphitheaters, and in our nature training sessions. Thus, I conclude that hybrid education is not the solution to stay, despite the ease it provides in learning. All throughout history, learning meant meeting face to face, and we must do all necessary steps to go back to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Constantinescu. Well, we still have some time left, and I see that Gary has, and also Antonio have raised their hands. Just please keep in mind that we have only 50 minutes left. So I would ask both of you to be very brief in your questions, and if those who will answer also the same. So Gary first.
Thank you, Leandro. And I actually don't have a question. I just wanted to give a response to Antonio's excellent question. And the way I've understood the question, we usually use the word hybrid not to refer to online education solely, but to a combination of online and classroom. And if that's the way he meant it, I'd like to comment on that. That's the way we usually use it. And it reminds me of the conference which we had at UC Berkeley in 2013. I think Emil was there, if I'm not mistaken. And some of the early research on the hybrid learning showed, this was at UC Berkeley, that the results that you get from online learning or from classroom learning are inferior to what you get when you combine the two methods. That's a long time, that was 7 years ago, and there's been a lot of research since. But I'd like to share some personal experience just to indicate that this is a complex topic. I don't think there's a right or wrong or yes or no to it. We run 2 schools in South India, and it's logical to think that what we can do at the higher level, we cannot do at the lower level. But all the schools in India that could have been forced to go not to hybrid learning, but to online learning. And it's certainly challenging when you're getting with the lower class students. We're talking about teaching the students over smartphones, the teacher's using a smartphone and the child's using a smartphone. But after 1 year of intensive experience, our conclusion is the quality of education that we're able to give is actually as good and in some respects better. It certainly doesn't mean that we don't want the children to come to school. There are many things we cannot do online, as Emil was indicating. The physical contact, the human relations, the experiential learning is very important. But it has a certain pluses as well, which we weren't expecting. The relationship between the teachers and the parents has intensified remarkably. Before that, the parents never understood what the school was doing or what the problems were in teaching the children in the classroom. And the parents have become much more participative in the learning of their children and tremendously supportive of the school when they see how much effort is being taken. Now, there are a lot of cons to this. I'm giving you the pro. It does require the technology, and we're using simple technology, but the difficulty is for the teacher to learn. And whether we're talking about at the graduate level or the first grade level, it's a different type of pedagogy. And I think the real challenge is, granted the technology is available, that the teachers have to learn to use the experience differently. It doesn't work if you simply try to reproduce the classroom over the phone when the child is at home. But I think there are some real advantages to it. And I'd just like to cite one more, that if we really talk about hybrid, and there's a lot of data from Khan Academy and also that supports this, that you do part of it at home, you do part of it online, and you do part of it in the classroom, and you get very good results. But it also means for our educational institutions, which are mostly overcrowded and understaffed all over the world, it also means the possibility that we can educate more students in the classroom because some of the education is taking place outside the classroom. And if you look at the data, whether it's for the grammar school or the high school or the higher education, our facilities all over the world are in great short supply, and the cost of our education is very high. And so the hybrid method enables us to do one other thing. It enables us to tap other educational resources who are not in the formal system now. It could be retired teachers, it could be people from other occupations who have expertise and experience that's relevant. They can't dedicate their whole life to teaching, but they could do some teaching in a hybrid method. So I'm only urging that we have a very open-ended view of this and look at the pros and cons and find the best combination of the classroom and the online and the home-based, because both of them have great advantages if we want to address the severe shortage of quality teachers. In India, it's terribly, we have 40% vacancies in our government universities here, and the need to expand our system to include everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Very, very interesting, all that you have said. Well, it looks like Antonio is going to have the last word.
Yeah, I think I'm almost repeating Gary Jacobs, but the idea is that we have a class, let's say 50 students. Monday, 25 have our face-to-face class. And the other half, they are at home. So Monday, face-to-face, they have the benefits to interact with the students and to the professor. The other half is at home. They have the benefits of using technology. That is something that is we cannot escape. This is a reality. Also, they interact with the parents, but they are in the same class because it's synchronous. It's synchronous. The teacher is talking to everybody, so someone at home can make a question, ask someone that's face to face, and this real is a real benefit. I have a grandson that's 5 years old, and he's having this hybrid blended education now because of pandemic, because not everybody can go to the school at the same day. So half of the students go in one day and the other half stay at home. So they have the benefits of using new technologies, learn more about technology, distance learning, and interacting with the parents. The parents even can help them in their understanding of the more difficult problems and challenges. So in my experience, talk with faculty in Brazil and abroad, in the US and Europe and every place, they think this blended education in different scales will prevail in middle and long range with lots of benefits. And I guess Professor Gary mentioned more than I did. You can use people that actually are not teaching today, but suppose they had physics in the army or they had physics in engineering. They can share their knowledge of the students, because it's very difficult to find science professors in any country, even in the United States. Is a shortage of physics, mathematics, chemistry, biology in any countries. Good trained teachers. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Antonio. Well, I can see here that there are some comments, I guess, from the audience, from Yul Anderson. So I will just read it in case anyone in the last 5 minutes or so that we have. So Yul Anderson, he says that the educational paradigm is still based on the teachings of Plato. The future requires better text-trained teacher and curriculum. COVID-19 has shown how teachers lack the training to teach a futures-based technology-enhanced curriculum. We need a whole new training platform. Most of the arguments are to attempt to keep the ivory towers in place. Well, I take that more as a comment than a question. And I see now, well, I am very glad of the success of our panel. I see that Benjamin has raised his hand. Modesto also sent me a message saying that he wants to have a final word. So let's see, Benjamin, please, very briefly, please.
I don't know why my hand is raised there, because I didn't do it, but I have just 2 words to say. I heard very, very attentively Professor Constantinescu, Professor Jacobs, and Professor Gurgulino, and I agree fully with what they have said. So that is even a very good perspective of experience lived in teaching. I would say that we have to look at each case, each group, each human group, each age of our students, and to see what is the best approach. But in general, although the hybrid education is not is to be in practice for a long time, in general, I would say that it has to be studied in each case so that we can apply it in the best form with the best results possible. So it is to be seen in each, I would say, in each country, in each village, differently. So maybe with some identities, but in general, it should be, it is a complex thing that we have to study in each case specifically, I would say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If I understood, I am not sure whether Modesto really wants to say something because he didn't answer to my query.
I can say something, yes, of course. We have an experience in this moment in our university. We have several students making their thesis, and some students can go to the university to make experiments, but not everybody. For example, the professors are 70 years old, so they have to stay at home. But also we have American scientists making research in our group. So students go to make experiments, and the professors and students they meet by this Zoom, and we make several work meetings. Very productive. I think we have to combine the two things: the hands work and also using this new technology. It's very important for the teamwork. Thank you.
Thank you, Modesto. Well, we still have 2 minutes left, but I think that, well, for sure, the issues here, in particular, the discussion about hybrid education, which I believe does not yet exist. Yes, it is something that we need to think about for the future. So this discussion must continue, and we will find ways to continue it. For today, this session is finished. I think extend my heartfelt thanks to all of three panelists, to Benjamin Martí Corena, to Modesto Montella, to Emil Constantinescu, and to all those who have participated and attended the panel. We are going to meet again tomorrow at the same time that we started this morning. So I hope to see you all tomorrow. Have a good day, have a good evening, and goodbye.
Goodbye.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Congratulations for all.
Stay safe.
Bye. Nice to see you.
Very good work, Leandro. Professor Gugurlino. Modesto, Benjamin.
Ciao, ciao. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.